was always something that I loved, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to make it my career at that point. And so sort of in the process of discerning, okay, I really love this, but I've heard that music is hard and creative things are hard to make in a career. People say, there's the whole struggling artist stereotype. And that was changed when I did a program called NYO Jazz. This is on now. Okay, I'll use this. It'll be easier. So NYO Jazz is a high school jazz band. It's a national program run through Carnegie Hall, and it's all expenses paid, and you get to go to New York, rehearse with some really great faculty in the jazz world, and then go on tour. And I got to go to, here's a picture of Europe, recreated the Abbey Road picture, if anybody knows that Beatles album. And I got to go to Asia the next year. I did it for 2 years. It was just great while. It's led by Sean Jones, toured with, this is a vocalist, Diane Reeves, and this is vocalist Kurt Elling. And the experience that I had through that, it allowed me to, through the faculty, see what was possible through music, to turn your passion into a career that can sustain you. And it also gave me the sight to see, okay, what does this look like going around the world performing in different places, music being something that can bring people together, that can change the entire energy in a room when you're intentional. And I think lots of things can do that when we're intentional about our choices. It can really shift things for people or a space. And so at this point in time, I found my why of what I was doing. So I loved music always, but at this point I saw how it could provide joy to people, and so I became passionate about being able to share that with people as I go about my life. So with that, so find your why. So regardless of what you're passionate about, it's important, especially with any creative career, to know why you're doing what you're doing, because there's always going to be a time when things feel easier or harder. When you're freelancing, which is what I do, putting together a lot of different things that make up your career, and you don't have necessarily the same job that you're going to every day, the why of what you're doing allows you to sustain that. And this on the right here is a little bit of my artist's statement, so just why I do what I do, and I'll read that. Joy is often thought of as a synonym to happiness, but to have unconditional joy is more about finding hope amidst the longing, opening our hearts to healing. In a broken world where it is so easy to fall into a state of emotional numbness, letting the light in anyways. Sharing unconditional joy with others is the why of what I do as a musician and creative. Yeah, so another thing, maybe, do we have any musicians in here? How many people, okay, some. How many people listen to music? Yeah, some. How many people have another creative thing that they like to do other than music? Yeah? Okay, cool. So there's a quote. This, you may or may not have heard this quote, but music is not what I do, it's who I am. And on the outside, that sounds good. But when you think about it a little bit more, it means that you're putting your identity in what you're doing. So with anything, it's nice to have confidence and to feel joy about what we're doing and to feel passionate about what we're doing. But when you attach your identity to what you're doing, it can be hard because it's not necessarily stable all the time. So something that I learned connected to finding the why of what I was doing is to let those feelings naturally ebb and flow. That's natural at the time. Sort of following high school, thinking about applying to music colleges, struggling with some like anxiety and self-doubt about that, which I think is very normal. But yeah, putting your identity in something other than how you're doing at a certain time really helps to not let those things shake as much. And there's a quote that I really love that helps me with that, that a mentor of mine in high school introduced to me at the time. It's a Mother Teresa quote: "If you're humble, nothing will touch you, neither praise nor disgrace, because you know what you are." So it's like, no matter if you're feeling high about what you're doing or low about it, you can know that your identity doesn't rest in how that's going necessarily, and recognize that passion, regardless whether that's music or something else, it's a gift that we're given to share, and it helps to take the focus off of worrying if you're good enough to have a career or to just love something that you're doing. So yes, find your why. So that also helps with embracing possibility and the flexibility of what you're doing, because it allows you to add or change what you like. You know, as we grow, we find new things that we like that we can do. So knowing the reason behind what we do, it allows us to flow in and out of new things a lot easier than if we were just focused on the what of what we were doing. I went to school at, has anybody heard of University of Miami? Yeah, it's in Florida. So I went to the music school there, and this is a little picture of it over there. Very pretty. So that was fun. But before I went, as Mr. Kapler said, I love a lot of things. I love trumpet, I love singing, I like writing music. So I wasn't sure what to pick. I'm sure some of you have felt that as well. Sometimes it's like you like something, but it's hard to know what to actually focus on. And sometimes people say you have to like narrow your efforts into something in order to focus on it and get better and not be so spread thin. But the truth is, with a lot of creative careers, it's very rare to have someone that just does one thing, and it's actually a very good thing to be someone who can love a lot of things and have that to share. So embrace possibility, and there's no one else in the world that has your exact gifts. So being honest about what your passions are allows you to give that gift to the world in the only way that you can. And so that's really important. A quote that I love from Marianne Williamson is, "As we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give others permission to do the same." So yeah, along with that, as we are true and authentic to what we want to pursue, and not allow external voices to get in the way of well, you should do this and you should do this, and there's room for everyone to pursue what you want to pursue, and share that with the world. So COVID hit my freshman year of college. I think probably you were what grade were you all in when COVID hit? Third grade, I see. Yeah. Fourth grade. So we all know that was a hard moment, no matter what stage you're in, right? So for me, that was hard because I just got to school. Was thinking about practicing and wanting to pursue my art. But then I got, it's very hard to stay motivated when the world shuts down. I think that's very natural. So I was unmotivated to practice, but then that was when I fell in love with composing. Writing music became a way to process my own emotions, but also be able to tell stories to connect with other people in a time where connection was really, really important. And also, while I was at school, I discovered this book, God of the Garden by Andrew Peterson, and it formed my entire outlook on creative life ever since. That we are called to cultivate what we love and practice like a garden. So tending to things, slow growth is really important when we love something, to allow it to blossom into something that we can sustain for a long period of time. And so when I graduated school, I sensed that instead of going back to graduate school, I wanted to practice these things out in the world for a while. So what I do now is I moved back to Chicago. So this is where I'm from. But I began teaching lessons, directing groups in schools. Here's a picture of, has anybody heard of ILMEA? Music people, yeah. So I directed a couple of groups through IMEA, doing some adjudicating for different festivals, teaching at some music camps, and also getting involved with different schools that I already had connections to. So this is a picture from Hersey High School. This is sort of a picture of how connection and the web of connections that you make along the way can lead you somewhere. The band director from Hersey had heard one of the pieces that I wrote while I was at school in college, and the reason why he heard it was because I performed with a group from my college at a jazz conference, and so it's like that was one thing that happened, and then somebody published it from there, and then because it was published, somebody heard it from here, and I already knew them, so then they asked me to write a new piece. And then this conference helped like more people get to know my music from that. So it's all about making connections in whatever career you have, and loving the people along the way, being present to those things, and sort of going back to the why and what idea. Teaching, becoming a part of my career was not something I was initially expecting, but it's another part of music and artistry and sharing joy with people. So I was able to continue that reason for doing what I do in a new form, and that would only happen because of the connections that I was making along the way. This program I already talked about, but another example of that, I got to arrange a piece for the group that I was a part of in high school. And so this really sweet full circle connection as we go along in life is just a special thing to keep going on that journey, to keep sharing joy with people. So be present to the moments that we have. There's time for everything. You don't have to feel rushed to get to the next thing or worry about what's going to come next, because it will all lay itself out as it needs to be. But being present to the moments and what you're passionate about and the people that are around you right now will surprise you in the future with where you can go with that. So anytime you have an opportunity to do something you love with somebody else, just be present and take it all in. You don't know where it's going to lead you. And with that, there is one last thing that I'd like to share before inviting Alvin up to share a little bit of my music with you all. There's a composer that I really love named Maria Schneider, who I got to work with during college. And something that she shared with me is that when you follow the joy of what you're passionate about, it doesn't necessarily become the thing that sustains your entire finances, but being authentic with what you're passionate and creative about opens up those doors for things that will sustain you financially for a career, because people value the creativity and passion that you're doing. open those doors to be qualified for that, because of that energy that you bring into a space. So I have been pursuing a lot of original music opportunities, and I carry that with me. I do a lot of things that aren't necessarily directly related to my original music, but it sort of is the glue that holds all those other opportunities together. So this is a picture of some of those people and times that I've gotten to make music with. My band's name is Joy Garden. Sort of combines jazz and folk singer-songwriter music into one. I have some more jazz projects too, but it's been really fun to develop that the last couple years in Chicago. So with that, Alvin and I are going to play some things that have been a part of my original music sets in that. And we'll have some time for some questions. Those can be music related, career related, creativity related, anything that you've heard. So I'm gonna move over there, but yeah, hope you enjoy. Let's play Vuvavendo first, I think. Yeah. So this is a Brazilian song entitled Vuvavendo. Been really getting into Brazilian music lately, so hope you enjoy. So yeah, Alvin Santner on the guitar. This next one I'm gonna play is a little bit more of a singer-songwriter one that I wrote. It's entitled "We'll Be Fine." So I'm gonna get the ukulele set up real quick. I can only hold on for so long. Head is spinning, don't know where I belong. Coming home, who to see, where to go, reevaluate all the things that I know. I hope this time would mean I'd be free, space to just breathe. But still there's a question of what I even need. Summer nights sing, fireflies all aglow. How do I find glimmers of light to hold? Coming home seems so hard to grow. Am I behind, or is this meant to be slow? I'm still waiting and feeling, but now what's beautiful new? He's always with me, so grace finds me here too. There is time to see life from a child's eyes. Find a surprise, write a song in disguise, and discover a world made anew. There's so much that's bigger than you. There'll be more than just making it through. In time, don't fear. To love your own design and dance with the ocean inside you, finally free to love each moment to be in wonder and curiosity for all the journeys intertwined and our woven storylines, all in time. I love you, will be fine. Thank you. We have, I think, one more. Then we'll have some question time. This is going to be a jazz standard entitled Emily. It's one of our favorite ones to play. So. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's our set. But would love some time for some questions if anybody has any. Yeah. Go ahead. Oh yeah, this is a flugelhorn. It's the same fingerings as a trumpet and um, very similar, but it's just a little bit bigger and a little bit more mellow and warm sounding. So I enjoy playing that one a lot. Yeah. See anybody else? Yeah. Mm. Um, well, I had a musical family that played the trumpet, so I heard it a lot when I was little. Um, yeah, and I saw how much they loved it, and so I wanted to too. Yeah. Yes. Learning to compose. Yeah, I think a lot of it. I've had some lessons. Once I knew that that was something that I liked to do, but a lot of it was I fell in love with listening to music, and so when I first started to write, it was sort of this natural flowing out of, okay, I've heard this really good song that I like, and let me see if I can figure out what I like about it, and then write something like that. Um, so sometimes that can be difficult, sort of like writing a paper or writing an essay, in that sometimes it flows really easy, and then sometimes you get stuck some places. But then thinking about what you like in music helps to be able to get unstuck and remember what you like. So it's like listening and knowing what's happening helps give you the tools to be able to put that into something that you create yourself. If that makes sense. Um, yeah.
I'm kind of asking like about the like work to income ratio.
Yeah.
Like how much do you work? How much are you able to work? How do you find the work? How does it find you?
Yeah. Yeah. So sort of that piece of like connection that I was talking about near the end. A lot of what I do has come from just people that I've met along the way, and being in spaces that are with like-minded people who also um, love music, and then the opportunities pop up. Sort of a combination of getting a job is being prepared, and then that lining up with the time where the opportunity does pop up, and then it meets together. Um, so eventually, that happens enough times where um, I've been grateful to make a living out of all those things put together. So don't have everything figured out, but um, it's I'm grateful for what I do, and um, yeah, yeah. Question. When did you first start playing the trumpet? I started in 5th grade. junior or my senior year, so it really helped with thinking about colleges and things because it was on my mind at that point. But yeah, do you do you play an instrument?
Yeah, I play trumpet.
Oh, very cool. Yeah.
And also accordion.
Okay.
Not
Yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a great any program. This goes for anything, anything that if you're something that you like that has, look for something to do in the summer that can get you around like-minded people and meet some friends. Those friends become lifelong people that then become, not making friendships in order to get work, but it sort of just happens. So, um, yeah. Yeah, opportunities to perform. Some of it comes from, yeah, being around people who are in those spaces. Sometimes it comes from going out places that I like to see shows, and then you talk to the person that maybe runs the restaurant or the venue and say, hey, I play, I'd love to bring my group here. Sometimes people are calling me to play with their bands, so I'm not the one organizing it, but they'll call me to play with their group somewhere. Yeah, so it's really just talking to people, being able to be nice to people when you talk to them, and then eventually things come out. I don't know. Do you have anything to add about that? Getting gigs?
Emails.
Emails.
Just,
Yeah.
I booked a whole tour last week by sitting down for hours and hours and hours and just sending emails to every venue I could find, and like 2% of them responded.
Yeah. Not everybody responds. So you just have to keep trying.
It's a numbers game. You just throw everything you can at the wall and see what sticks. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. How are we doing on?
Do you use like a program to compose or?
Yeah, I use a program called Dorico. It's one of the newer. It's called notation software, so it's like pretty new, nice little computer. I really like it. I know a lot of people who use when they're first starting out use Score, Let's do. Blues?
Yeah.
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 Au revoir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's close to our time. So yeah, but yeah, feel free to come up and say hi if there's. I don't know how we're doing on time, but if there.
We're great.
Yeah.
on time,
Okay.
So yeah, if you want
Yeah, if you want to say hi, feel free. I'm here, so.
That's nice.
Yeah, yeah, very fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They seem quite curious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Fun seeing it on a big screen.
Yeah, it's huge. It's quite large.
Right,
Quite
guys, we've got
large.
like 17, 18 minutes left, so just chill out.
Oh, really?
You can stand up.
How
You're
long
fine.
were you
But
talking about?
we're just gonna hang out
Did
here
you,
till
like,
bell rings.
didn't you tell us when?
You go right ahead and take your spot. Wednesdays of the week. So normally it would be a 45 minute workshop, but Wednesdays. So, yeah. Yeah, you know you can. So you could either tighten it up or you can make those out. So yeah. So next hour from 10:35. Great, Mr. Green's class, I will see you guys on Monday. Right? We're gonna, just to remind you, we're gonna go down to the hub to get our independent books. Don't worry, we'll pick up the projects, the presentations at some point. I want to make sure everybody does a good job. So don't stress about it. Just make sure you get your source codes and notes and your annotated bids done.
I was going to use the
And submit it.
question. Would you be willing?
I'll be back.
To do
Third, at what time? 11:15. What do you have going on? Okay. Oh, sure. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. I don't have anything to get to later today, so, okay.
Well, when's the next one?
We've got
What, okay. So 11:05.
that would be 45 minutes until we,
Okay.
or what? An hour 20 minutes. Oh no, you're right now.
Right now? Okay.
And then you break.
Okay. So,
There's another class?
yeah,
Oh, got
that's
it.
what yeah,
So there's another class coming in right now.
okay.
That's guitar class.
Okay. So that one, and it's 40 minutes? Okay, yeah. Just wasn't exactly sure. Yeah, okay, sounds good. So, so I should end at, let's see, we'll start, okay.
Oh, gosh darn it.
I see, okay. Yeah,
So it's an hour 15 as each class, as each. Just say sounded cool from back there.
Yes. Okay. Cool. Yeah. And then the third one, maybe, or okay.
Hello.
Yeah, I think it would work better to stay here, just so we don't have to move all our stuff.
Both recording and fire.
Yeah. Just make it easier to.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Let's see.
attention, please. So if you don't know me, my name is Mr. Kapler. I am the Fine Arts Department Chair here. As I oversee music, theater, and visual arts, it's my honor to introduce Miss Janelle Fenton. She's a former student of mine, a trumpet player, a vocalist, composer, and arranger, all sorts of things. And she had an awesome journey getting to that spot. She's just going to talk about creativity and how it's been really helpful in her life. If you haven't yet, if you wouldn't mind silencing your phones and putting them in your pockets so you're fully attending here, she's got a lot of interesting stuff, and then they're going to play at the end too. Okay? So without further ado, can you clap for Miss Janelle Fenton?
We'll see if this comes on. Oh, yay. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Hello. Yeah, as Mr. Kapler said, my name is Janelle Fenton. I am a musician. That's what I do for my career. And I play trumpet, and I sing and compose. You can see the three things there. And this is, when I was asked to do this, I was really excited because I love how music can contain multiple mediums of things. And I'm really fascinated with that, and including lots of things in what I do. So this week, talking about creativity and how to spark that into a career or a lifelong passion of doing something that you love is something that I'm super passionate about. So excited to share with you some things, some music things, but also things that can be applicable to anything that you turn into a career, or turning into a passion into something that you can cultivate lifelong. So I titled it Following the Joy because that is how I see how to do that. Try to be led by wonder and curiosity, so being curious about the world, seeing wonder in the things around me, and try to put that into my creative career. So with that, I'll move to the next slide. And that joy began for me when I was little. It's a little video of me when I was probably two or three, and I was singing in this video. And so I grew up in a musical house. That was sort of where I got exposed to music and creativity. My parents were always encouraging me to look at the world, observe things, and to explore and be creative. My dad is a classical trumpet player, so I had that around the house to listen to, and my mom taught music in elementary school, so had that perspective as well. So when we had to pick an instrument for school, I chose the trumpet, and journey started from there. Continuing with school music, I was involved in everything because I loved a lot of things, and I was really grateful to have teachers and a school that supported that, and getting to be involved in band, marching band, choir, vocal jazz, orchestra. If it was musical or creative, I was probably at theater. I just loved everything, and I'm so grateful that I was able to do all those things because it set me up not to just learn about music, but to learn about community and how to share that with a group of people, how to be a part of something bigger than myself. I loved music, but at that point in time, I know there's some people who, when they talk about their career, they're like, from age 7, I really knew that I wanted to be this. And I always loved music, but I never knew for sure that was what my career was going to be, because there's a lot of pressure. You hear people say, that's not sustainable. Do you really know, what's your plan B with that? And, I think that's something that's probably not unique to just music. It's involved in a lot of creative fields and other things too. But so I always heard, if you don't major in music unless you really love it. And I think that is true, but it took me a long time to discern that I really did love it. But one of the things that helped me be able to do that was a program called NYO Jazz. And what it is it's a jazz band, National High School Jazz Band through Carnegie Hall, and you audition, and it's led by Sean Jones, who's a trumpet player. He is, let's see, over, oh, I have to move my screen there for a second. He's over here, and there's me. And what we did is we rehearsed in New York for a couple weeks, played at Carnegie Hall, and then got to go on tour. One year I did it, we went to different countries in Europe. This is a picture from there, recreating the Beatles' Abbey Road album. If anybody's seen that, it was really fun. And this is the Great Wall of China we went to next year, and touring with vocalist Diane Reeves and Kurt Elling. So having all those experiences of working with some of the top jazz musicians of today, and having the opportunity not to just work with them, but to go on the road and perform with them, getting to feel what it felt like to get on a plane, wake up in a new place, maybe you're a little bit tired and jet lagged, and still having to perform that night. It woke me up, opened my eyes and heart to see how music can, when done intentionally, can transform the whole spirit of a room. Getting to see some of the masters do that showed me that when you're passionate about something and you have joy for something, it can be something that you can turn into a career to sustain you, but also something that can impact people in a very, very positive way, a very life-changing way, healing way. And so I was super grateful for that experience. And so that brings me to my first sort of takeaway point, which is find your why. At that point in time, sharing joy with people, music was my what I was doing before that. But at this point, I realized that joy and sharing that with people, being able to change people's lives through that, was the why of what I was doing. And how many musicians do we have in here? Anybody play an instrument or sing? Yeah, okay, nice. And how many other people like to do something else creative, whether in school or just by yourself at home? Yeah. Well, you know what? I think actually everybody's hand should go up with that one, because even if you're just listening to music or watching a show, that's creative. So you're all creative, whether or not it's a typical creative thing or not. But that being said, there's a quote that I've heard sometimes: music is not what I do, it's who I am. And while on the surface, that sounds like, yeah, I'm really passionate about this. It's like my whole identity. That's really great. And while the passion is really important to be able to sustain something that you're doing, the identity piece is a little bit different for me, I've discovered, because I think the all-encompassing nature of trying to make what you love your career, it's hard when that pressure is on you. Has anybody ever felt like they didn't know what to do and they're scared about what they want to do in college and after college or after high school? Yeah. You don't have to raise your hand if you don't want to, but I'm raising my hand because I definitely did. So when I was applying to colleges, made that decision to apply to music college, I was really struggling with the self-doubt and perfectionism, wondering if I was good enough to make it in music. I think that can show up in anything that you're interested in pursuing, and that's natural and it's normal. And these feelings have, those come up and in different points of my life, even though I'm past college now. Those feelings can still come up in different waves, and sort of learning how to dance with them and finding the humor in it has been helpful for me. But something, a quote that's helped me in that, that I learned at that time, is by Mother Teresa, and it's, if you are humble, Nothing will touch you, neither praise nor disgrace, because you know what you are. So learning that music is, or any creative passion, it's a gift that we have. You know, it's not necessarily something that we, it's a gift to get to participate in, and that we can share with people, and we're worth more than just what we do. We have inherent worth as human beings that doesn't come from how successful you are on a given day, or how you're feeling about what you do on a given day. So realizing that it's a gift to share takes the focus off of worrying whether you're good enough to pursue what you're doing, and helps ride those highs and lows. And this also gives you the flexibility to add or change to what your what is over time. So I'll talk a little bit more about that with the next part of the slides, but I have gone through periods of learning different things, and having my center be, okay, my purpose is to share joy with people. I can add different ways that I'm doing that without straying from the core purpose of what that is. So yeah, find your why of what you're doing. And yeah, that brings me to the next part, which is to embrace possibility. So I applied to college, went to school at University of Miami, and the Frost School of Music there. And one thing that I was really worried about before I went was what to pick. Maybe here's another raise your hand moment, is who has felt like they like too many things and they don't know what to pick for what they want to actually make in their career? Yeah, I got some people, yeah. So that's where I was at this time. And because sometimes people tell you, you know, in order to be successful, you have to really like focus on one thing. But the truth is, and it's good to focus on something and be disciplined about it, but the truth is that people that have creative careers, it's very few and far between those who just do one singular thing. And when I got to school, I was able to keep singing even though I majored in trumpet. And that was a gift to me to realize that the possibility of being able to do multiple things, they both help each other. They balance each other. One helps the other, but it's also like to encourage everyone in the room that no one has your exact set of strengths and experiences and lenses on life. So you being true to what you are passionate about and what you like to do, that is going to allow you to share something with other people in a way that nobody else is able to do but you. So there's room for everyone. And a quote that I love that helps me remember that is by Marianne Williamson, and it's, "As we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give others permission to do the same." So being honest about what you like to do and sharing that with other people, it opens up other people to see that and gives them permission to also do that, which is a real gift. So what age or grade were you all in when COVID hit? Sixth grade? So middle school, maybe end of elementary school. Yeah, it's a hard thing for me. It was my freshman year of college, so I just got there, and then everything closed down, which was hard in so many ways. It's hard no matter where we were at that time. For me, it was hard in motivation with practicing. So I was a music performance major, jazz trumpet. So my practicing at that point sort of fell down, but then that's what allowed me to discover composing, that I really liked that, and it became a way to process my own emotions, but also tell stories to connect with others. So that sharing joy piece, being able to not just share happiness, but to share stories and like the unconditional part of joy, which is learning to be content in all circumstances, to let the light in all circumstances. And that sort of connects that idea, like my why was able to continue even though my what slightly shifted for a season. And this is a garden on campus that I loved sitting in. But my senior year of college, I read a book called God of the Garden by Andrew Peterson that really changed my entire outlook on creative life and taught me how to cultivate practice like a garden, like you would tend to a garden. So thinking about being really intentional, thinking about like giving what you need to grow something, tending something, being very taking care for what you love. And that slow growth and patience, doesn't yield results fast, but it allows you to sustain them over a long period of time, and can help with, if you're feeling burnt out from doing something, it can really help with riding that wave. So when graduating from college, I sensed a need to put this into practice by not going to more school, but to seeing what that could look like just in the world. And so I moved back to Chicago from Miami, Florida, and I began teaching. So that's another place where my why stayed the same, but my what, I added something to my what. And it's been a really special thing to share my own artistic process with students, and to be able to, if you're able to teach something, that means that you really have to be accountable with yourself to know it. And so that's been a sweet thing. But so done some things with different music groups. This is ILMEA, which is a festival that happens in Illinois. Directed some groups through there. Taught at some music camps. This is Interlochen in Michigan. And the next piece that I sort of want to talk about is how different things work together in your path to be connected. So it's a fun story. I composed a piece at school, which this is one of my teachers over here where my cursor is. His name is John DeVersa. And I played with his band at a jazz conference, and then met someone who published the piece that I wrote at school. And then somebody here, this is Spencer Heil, he directs band at Hersey High School in Illinois here. And he heard that piece that was published. Then he reached out to me because he remembered, it was close to where I went to high school. So he remembered me, and he reached out and wanted to commission a new piece, which then got premiered at this band and orchestra festival in the city, which then opened up more doors to have my music be heard by other directors in the area so that they could play it with their schools. And so it's following that line of being able to be present in the areas where you are, and to make lots of friends, and to not worry about the future, but trust that, like, if you're present where you are and you're leaning into things that you love with the people that are around you, those people, you might see them at a random point in the rest of your life, and those little lines and webs of connection start to build and carry you into the future. And another way that happened for me was the program that I did in high school, NYO Jazz. This past summer, I got invited back to arrange a piece for the current group and go conduct it on tour with them. So that wouldn't have happened if I hadn't stayed in touch with the people who run that program over the years. And it was just a really sweet full circle moment of being able to give back what I gained from that program, but also continue my journey as an artist with something that really helped me in the past, which is a sweet thing. So that brings me to be present and follow those, like I already said, follow those lines of connections, but that comes from being present where you are and not worrying about the future. But if you're present where you are, it'll take you forward and show you what is important to you and what's important to hold on to, and how to be connected with the people that are around you. And that brings me to close to the end, and then invite my friend Alvin on guitar up to play a set with me, to share some of my music with you. But these are some of the people that I've been blessed to make original music with. And something that I'd like to leave as a final thing of like the presentation part, a composer that I love, her name's Maria Schneider, and she came into work when I was in college. She came in to work with us. And she was able to share something that changed the way that I think about how to make a music career, to follow a passion. She said to just follow your joy. And the thing that makes you joyful may not be the thing that supports you financially all the time. You know, maybe sometimes it will, or maybe sometimes it won't. But if you have something in your creative career that's sort of the basis for what you do, the creativity and authenticity that you bring to that thing will open up doors for you to be invited into other spaces because of what you have, to be able to be qualified to share with people in different forms, even if it's not necessarily original. So my original music is the basis for what I do, but that sort of flows into all the other elements of being able to play trumpet for lots of different situations, play in other people's creative things, but also more commercial things like weddings and musicals, pit orchestras, things like being able to, and then teaching, be able to share music in that way as well. So I named my band after joy and garden because those are two of the things that are central to my music. And yeah, we're gonna play some things that we've played together in some of those performances, and then we'll have some time for questions if you have any questions. But I think the first one we're gonna start with is let's see, let's just switch to the next side here. Follow the joy. Yeah. We're gonna play a Brazilian song called Vu Vivendo. So I hope you enjoy. Thank you, appreciate it. Let's do the other one first. This next one, we're gonna get the mic turned on, and then I'll do singing thing, but we'll do the other one that I play on first. This is a tune. Oh, can we have it back on?
Sorry, the mics.
There we go. Cool. Okay, so this next one is a song I wrote entitled "We'll Be Fine." Let's see. There we go. Let's see. Okay. There we go. I can only hold on for so long. Head is spinning, don't know where I belong. Coming home, who to see, where to go, reevaluate all the things that I know. I hoped this time would mean I'd be free, space to just breathe. But still there's the question of what I even need. Summer nights sing, fireflies all aglow. How do I find glimmers of light to hold? Coming home seems so hard to grow. Am I behind, or is this meant to be slow? I'm still waiting and feeling, but now with beautiful news. He's always with me, so grace finds me here too. Ooh, da, 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 da. Do, da, 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 da. There is time to see life from a child's eyes. Find a surprise, write a song in disguise, and discover a world made anew. There's so much that's bigger than you. There'll be more than just making it through. In time, Don't fear, you'll find to love your own design and dance with the ocean inside you, finally free to love each moment, to be in wonder and curiosity for all the journeys intertwined and our woven storylines, all in time. I love you, will be fine. Da, 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 da. Thank you. We're gonna do two more, I think. Let's do Emily. This one is a jazz standard that we both love. It's one of our favorite ones to play. So this is Emily. Hey, we have one more. I'm going to play another standard called Like Someone in Love, and then we'll have some time for questions, I think. So, yeah, here we go. Lately, I find myself out gazing at stars, hearing guitars like someone in love. Each time I look at you, my heart astounds me. Mostly whenever you're around me. Lately, I seem to walk as though I had wings. Bump into things like someone in love. Each time I look at you, I'm limp as a glove, and I'm feeling like someone in love. Cool. Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks for listening. And yeah, if any of you have any questions, would love to hear. So yeah, feel free to raise your hands and we'll get it going. Oh, In the back. The light's right there. So yes, yes. You're all good. I can see your face now when I. Yeah, yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, I think a lot of what jazz musicians and any improvising musicians practices, in written music too, but I think it's just because that's so important to be able to create improvised music, it forces you to do that, or to compose, it forces you to do that. Trying to, listening to music, learning music that you like, and being able to translate that to the technique on your instrument. So whether that's learning, with jazz, learning how to improvise, people often do something called transcribing, where they'll listen to something and learn it by ear. And what that does is it helps learn the technique on your instrument that you require to be able to play the things that you hear in your head or that you like to play. So it's always a sort of process, for me, trumpet and singing is a way to sort of check myself in that way, because sometimes instruments, we can press our fingers down and do something that we're not actually really hearing. But for me, singing, I try to always be able to sing what I play and play what I sing, to have that connection there. I don't know if do you have anything to add about that?
Can I ask you a question? Can you hear what you're about to say in your head before you say it? Yes. It's the same thing. I've been doing this a while, and so it's like, if I were to learn Spanish, it'd take me a while, right? Before I could hear what I was about to say in my head before I say it. It's the same thing.
Yeah, and sometimes you're talking and if you're an external processor, sometimes you don't think before you speak and it just sort of comes out. But because you've talked lots of times before, you can trust that the words are going to come out. And that's sort of like music, like improvising. In jazz or any other style that has improvisation in it, it's not just coming straight from out of nowhere, but it's coming from the things that you've listened to or the things that you've practiced on your instrument before that maybe arrange themselves in a different way in the moment. But yeah, it comes from things you've heard before.
Sometimes I'll play a bunch of wrong notes. It's just like if I mess up some words, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, other questions? Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good question. For me, it's been different during different time periods. I think during high school, I was probably practicing. I was getting a lot of playing time in with school, but maybe an hour or two outside of school, depending on what I was preparing for. I'll be honest and say I'm not always practicing every day, but striving for that keeps, like, even if you can only do, I think when you have the consistency, when you've done that for a period of time, and then in the future it's up and down. Consistency is always better to help ground you, but sometimes it takes a little bit to find it. But on days where it's harder to find it, even spending just a little bit of time with what you can is always better than nothing at all. Yeah, Alvin, how about you? How much do you practice?
Nowadays, I try and get an hour a day in if I can, but some days it doesn't happen. I think a lot of musicians have to go through if you're going to be a professional musician, it's a good idea to go through a few-year period where you're practicing like a totally ridiculous amount. Like in early college, that's what it was for me. I was practicing like 4 hours a day, and it's hard to keep that up, but it's good to go through that because it, it's a really complicated skill, and it takes a lot of effort and hours to get to a high level.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'd say like, yeah, I've had that. I think that period too was like high school and early college for me, where sort of building up that general thing, and then I still practice now, but depending on what gigs I have, it can be, you know, more intense or less intense, just depending on what I have coming up, and like what skills are needed for that specific thing that's coming up to touch on and refine. So, yeah, good question. Yeah, other questions? In the back? Yeah. Or where?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Ooh.
Fireflies.
Yeah.
You guys know that song? Alice, you would not believe your
Yeah. Yeah, Momo went viral with that. That's great. Yeah, yeah, that's great. I like what do I like right now? I have a lot of favorite songs. I like a song named Tillery by Becca Stevens. She's a favorite artist of mine. Yeah, more questions. Ooh. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. That's a great question. And thank you. That means a lot, because I think that's something that I've been working on recently. So that's good. It's coming through. How many people sing in here? 2 in the back. Anybody else in choir? Okay, so we got some choir friends. I love lip trills. Are my best friend. Have you ever done a lip trill before? Yeah. So for everybody that hasn't done it before, just sort of. What that does is it helps the sound come forward, and it forces you to really. You can't make that sound unless you're supporting yourself with your air. So it really forces your core to be engaged and to have this whole. You know, sometimes we've heard like singing from your diaphragm, but the diaphragm is like not actually a muscle that we can control, but by opening up our entire airspace, we're able to, it like goes from its resting place and moves down and then comes back up. But even just like watching, like blowing out all my air and then letting the air come in on an open vowel, my whole like torso expands, and not just the chest or not just down here, but everything. And that so breathing well, and then yeah, lip trills are a great way to always, when I'm noticing like, ooh, that's not placing where I want it to be, and sometimes my sound goes back a little bit more, so I'm always thinking about like trying to place things in this, all those resonating cavities in the front of the face. But yeah, good question. Yeah, that would be great. Let's everybody do a lip trill. So we're gonna go.
2, 1.
Yeah, and you can cover your mouth if you want to. Let's try this a couple minutes, or just a couple seconds. We're gonna go, and then we're gonna go up in half steps. So join me when you're ready. Yeah. So that's it. So now you know how to warm up your voices. Yeah, you know what? Even if you're not a singer, that will help if you ever do any public speaking in the future. That's a really great way to help your voice be super clear and be able to not get tired as much, because you're using that placement. Our voice, it resonates in all these cavities in the front of our face. So yeah, great question. That's fun. Yeah, anybody else? Over here. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes, but it's something that I've, going back to the practice, just getting practice doing it is what's helped that for me. But sometimes it's actually nice, because trumpet, it's an instrument that has a little bit harder of an endurance time, so sometimes it's helpful to have something else to switch to bring it back. But yeah, sometimes it's hard to just logistically, sometimes I'm singing into one mic and playing into a different mic, so having to move and just like practicing that beforehand can be helpful. But yeah, cool. Do you play an instrument? Yeah, cool. Yeah, yeah. So I'd say like just practicing. See if you can, like if you're singing a song that you like, see if you can learn it on flute too. And then if you're playing a flute part, see if you can sing your part, and like just that back and forth can help synthesize those things to just be able to switch, have the same capability with both, to say what you want to play, what you want to play, say what you want to say, Yeah, anybody else? Yeah. Okay. Okay, we have let's see how much time. We have a couple minutes left. Alvin has an improvisation game. Yeah. That we're gonna need a couple just one volunteer. Just one volunteer. So raise your hand if you want to volunteer. Well, let's have somebody volunteer themselves if they'd like to. So,
It's very simple. Very simple.
yeah, very simple. Very simple.
Layla?
Layla, who's Layla? Yeah, come on up. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, all right. Nice to meet you, Layla. I'm Alvin. All right. You're going to take these two signs. One has a happy face, one has a sad face. All right? Okay. Now hold them up to the audience, and hold them up so that we can see them. Yeah. All right. And then get your trumpet. Now, we're either going to be C major or A minor.
Okay.
All right. So you're going to put one of them behind your back. And when we see the happy face, we're going to demonstrate what that'll sound like. All right. So. And then the sad face. All right, so now you have to show us one of them, and then you're going to direct us to be happy or sad. All right, so which one do you want to start with? All right. Good. Okay, so now we need one more volunteer. Yeah, come on up.
You're both Layla? Yeah. Oh, amazing. Layla and Layla.
Okay, so now it's going to get a little more complicated. So this is forte and this is piano. These are musical terms. Forte means loud, piano means quiet. So you're going to get two of these, and you get to choose whether we're playing loud or quiet, and you get to choose whether we're playing happy or sad. So now it's going to get a little more complicated for us. Yeah. All right, go. We need one more volunteer. All right, come on up. Actually, we need two. All right, yeah, come on up in the corner there. Yeah. All right. Okay, so you're what's your name? Sky. Nice to meet you. You're gonna be my conductor. All right. You're telling me what to do. And your name? Willow. You're gonna tell Janelle what to do. Okay, so when I see green, that means I'm playing, okay? When I see red, that means I can't play, all right? And when you see green, so now we've got 4 directions to follow. This is gonna be hard, okay? So let's try this. All right, so both of us, quiet, happy.
Quite happy.
Thank you, yeah. That's our usual game. That's it, that's all I got.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe let's pick a different key.
Pick a
Let's do-
different key?
Yeah, let's do or maybe no key.
No key?
Yeah, no key, but the same things.
All right,
So
yeah,
now
fine.
we were staying. That time we stayed in
The key of C, yeah.
one collection of notes, one key. Now we're gonna open it up to whatever we want, but these still apply. Yeah.
Yes, this is
Yeah.
gonna be even harder.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay.
All right, go. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah.
That's hard.
So something to take away, even if you don't play music, is the skill of improvisation. When you're creating something, sometimes it's helpful to put yourself in different boxes, to give yourself different pathways to go, and sort of like, it's interesting how limitations actually allow us to make us more creative because it gives us a direction. So instead of just saying, okay, free for all, okay, we're gonna play in this key, or we're gonna play soft or louder. Those parameters help structure the time in a way where it forces you to be creative with a little instead of a lot, which helps develop intentionality. So yeah, thanks so much. This is Alvin Santner again. So thankful to him for being here. And yeah, I'm Janelle Finton. And thank you so much for participating and listening. And I think we just have like maybe just a few minutes before you guys get dismissed. So if anybody wants to say hi, I'm up here. I'm going to put my information on the screen if any of you are interested in looking at my music. And yeah, thank you so much for being here. Enjoy the rest of your day. That was nice. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was fun.
Crazier with that. You get 7 people up here with all different plans. Are they gonna come in here? Okay, sure, yeah. And this is the band kids? Maybe we can change things around.
Flugelhorn, yeah. Nice. We're going to play another one. It's a jazz standard. It Could Happen to You in E flat? Yeah, in E flat. Yeah. A one, two, 3, 4. Hide your heart from sight. Lock your dreams at night. It could happen to you. Don't count stars or you might stumble. Someone drops aside and down you tumble. Keep an eye on spring. Run when church bells ring. It could happen to you. All I did was wonder how your arms would be, and it happened to me. your heart from sight. Lock your dreams at night. It could happen to you. Don't count stars or you might stumble. Someone drops aside and down you tumble. Keep an eye on spring. Run, run when church bells ring. It could happen to you. All I did was wonder how your arms would be. And it happened, yes, and it happened. Yes, it happened to me. Yeah. Nice. We have time for one more? Or questions now? What do you think? Okay, sounds good. Yeah, any questions that people are thinking about? Yeah, go ahead. Oh, warm up on trumpet. Yeah, how many trumpet players do we have in here? 2? Okay. Well, how many brass players do we have? Brass. Yeah. Okay, nice. Well, this is good. This is good for all brass players. It's an exercise by Vincent Chickowitz. And you probably heard it or something similar to it, but for a warm-up on trumpet or any brass instrument, one of the most important things is to get your breath going and your air going and your consistency of sound, getting a really nice, clear tone. So lots of soft, long tones are really helpful for that, but this exercise goes like this. And you go down in half steps, so the next one. All the way down to the bottom. And then it has like a second part to it that's helpful for keeping that consistency of sound as you go up as well. So I'll do a couple ones of those just to show what that would sound like. I'm really thinking about my air moving forward and connecting the tone all the way to the other side of the room, even when the notes are becoming wider in range, thinking about it moving forward to keep that consistency of sound very centered. Here we go. I'll take that up as high as I can go for the day. Usually that's a high G. I just stopped at E. But yeah, and so some of those notes can feel out of reach probably at this point, but if you're consistent with, this goes for any instrument too, if you're consistent with those technique things that I'm sure you're getting exposed to in band, if you're consistent with them every day, even if it's just for the 5 minutes before you start your band rehearsal, it does wonders for being able to create that consistency to grow in that way. You'll be surprised how many notes can pop out at the top just when you're thinking about that consistency of sound. So yeah, great question. Yeah, who else has a question? Yeah, second question. just like the first couple notes. So you probably heard that melody before. This is the beach in Brazil that inspired the composer to write the song. So all those little things, it's like, you know, music is inspired by a place, and so whether you're traveling, you know, these are all like some of like my high point, far places, exciting travels. But I often get just as excited about being able to play at like my local gig that I have, because it's at any time to um, make music with people. Place is so special. Alvin, I don't know if you have
Yeah,
thoughts about.
I got to go to Kenya the year after after I graduated high school, and I did an exchange program where I was teaching kids how to play guitar, and that was really cool. I stayed there for a month, and I met this Kenyan pop band. I went to their rehearsals, hung out with them. Just last week, I was on tour with a group, French horn and guitar. We played together as a duet. And any French horn players? Yeah.
Yeah, look up. I'll plug you, Momo and Alvin.
Momo and Alvin.
Yeah.
Momo plays French horn, and we play together, and she's really amazing. She does things with the French horn that most French horn players don't do. So.
Yeah, very cool.
So, and we went all the way to New York and back, and had a bunch of shows in between. So, yeah,
Yeah.
traveling it's fun, and traveling while you're doing music is even more fun. Hopefully, like, it's cool because if you play music and if you stay in it long enough, there will be opportunities to do that, and it's really a wonderful thing.
Yeah. It's a special thing too to think about. Yeah, getting in the mindset, like if you like for tour and having shows in a row, getting in the mindset that even if you're tired or jet lagged, and just to put yourself in that mindset of being able to creatively get yourself to be able to be present in the moment where you are, even if you're coming off of a train or a plane, or it's a really good skill to develop too with anything. But yeah, other thoughts or questions? Yeah. Or snaps. Oh, thinking. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, another question. Then we'll get your question. Or yeah, you can go. How much money on trumpets? This one. Yeah. Well, this one, I mean, this one is a professional horn. It's 3,000 something. Maybe closer to 4,000 something. But you know, it's there's things that are probably cheaper than that. That you know, for me, this is my career, and so making investments is. Can you tell what kind of mouthpiece you're playing on? Yeah, sure. Well, this is a Bach horn. Just I love Bach horns. They're great. This is a Bob Reeves mouthpiece. Anybody's into equipment, it's 43M69. It's probably the equivalent of a Bach 3C or Curry 3C or 3B, somewhere around there. Yeah, but equipment is fun. If experimenting with the little tweaks can change a lot about your sound, but also the most important thing is just that you're thinking about what type of sound you want to get in your head, no matter what your equipment is, you'll be able to figure it out. Okay, we'll go question and then question. Yeah. Is there like no place online you can find like anything you play today? Yeah. We have. Well, our specific. I have a couple videos of us specifically playing that music on my website. So it's up there if you're interested. But there's also a lot of good. There's like endless recordings. We played a lot of standards. So if you just look up that if you're interested in the names of the songs we played, I can say them again if you're interested to hear. Emily, yeah. Yeah, so just look up Emily, and there's like endless versions of that. Good versions. Listen, do you have any favorites of?
Yeah, I mean, there's this guitarist Julian Lodge that I like. He plays that song a lot. I really like Bill Evans.
Yeah, Bill Evans's version is my favorite. So yeah.
What we were doing is it's jazz, and the way we played it just now, we'll never play it that way again.
Yeah, special performance just for you.
Yeah, it's jazz is improvisatory. We were making a lot of it up as we went. So yeah, I'm really glad that you enjoyed that.
Yeah, thank you.
It's one of my favorite songs.
It's one of both of our favorite songs. Yeah. Yeah, I you know what? Well, answer this question first, and then I'll get yours. Behind. There's this program that I did. NYO helped me. Before that, I knew that I liked it, but I didn't know. I was sort of nervous about how to pick something. 'Cause, like you hear all the time, it's like how are you going to have a career in that? How are you going to be able to support yourself financially? sometimes I'm reading music that's trumpet, and sometimes I'm reading music that's singing, and then I'm just like thinking about sometimes I am thinking about transposing, like if I'm reading music, I'll like think about transposing to whatever one that I'm not looking at the music with, but if I know a song really well, I'm not really thinking about the chords or the notes while I'm playing it, but more of just trying to hear what I'm hearing in my head and having that come out, whether it's on the horn or singing. Um, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, maybe play it, close out with the
Yeah.
let's try. Yeah, actually I was thinking about it. Wanna try it again?
Sure. Okay.
Or maybe 4. I don't know. What are you feeling?
Cool. Starting with no time.
Yeah, okay. So feel free. I don't know how much time do we have left in the period, or okay. Yeah, well, I was just gonna say, feel free to. If there's a couple minutes. Feel free to come up and say hi if you have any more questions as we pack up. But thanks so much for listening and being here. Yeah. Thank you.
And this is our presentation. We're going to be brief. We're going to get to Q&A. Yeah, but here we go. All right, so we're going to talk about our background a little bit, some of the films that we've done, some of the professional more stuff that we've done, and then a little piece about creativity, and then we'll get to the question and answer. All right, I'm Sam. This is a picture of me. I'm a junior at University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, which is about an hour north. They've got a really good film program. I grew up in Libertyville. That's where I'm from. You might know my dad, Randy Schweitzer, the art teacher. My favorite film is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
I'm Nolan. I am a junior film major as well at UWM. Known Sam since freshman year. We were just random roommates, same major, and then look at us here now. Crazy how that worked out. But I am from Glen Ellen, Illinois. Favorite movie is Fantastic Mr. Fox, and that's obviously not a photo of me. That's Ringo Starr, but that is a photo of Sam. So.
And I want to talk about, why we decided to do film. I always liked movies, and I couldn't really think of anything else I wanted to study.
Pretty much what it comes down to.
Yeah. What about you?
Pretty much same thing, storytelling, enjoying that whole process.
All right, awesome. So these are some of our films we made in the fall of freshman year. So right when we got there, pretty fresh into the program. Mine was called Haggle. Nolan made
Best Life.
Best Life. We'll watch a short segment of mine, and then we'll watch all of Nolan's. Alrighty. Oh, I'm just gonna use
Still getting the hang of the control. course, for the end, they become friends. It's very wholesome.
Yeah, so that was fall of freshman year, shot over multiple days.
The project was like do a narrative feature. I think it was just kind of like the baseline we had to work on.
Yeah, it was a narrative.
Yeah.
And I ended up submitting that to a festival, and I got the best student film. So pretty fun.
Second. Alright, so for everyone who just got in here, I'm Nolan, this is Sam. We're giving kind of baseline on what our first film starting out in our school program were. So this film I did for the same assignment that Sam's film that we just watched was for, and like I said, the baseline was just make a narrative picture, and it was up to us to interpret that in whatever way possible. So I made this one desk life, and yeah, the kind of basic thing I went into it with is I wanted to try to incorporate live action footage, which we were being kind of mainly taught to do with this class, and stop motion footage. I'm wearing the same thing, man. I didn't even plan that.
Ah! Ha ha!
Does anyone have any thoughts or questions off the bat about those motion pictures? Just a show of hands, who's in the film studies, film literature class? All right, and then who's in the broadcast? Okay, awesome. All right, we'll talk more specifically maybe about that stuff. Yeah, especially with questions. Okay, so this is this the correct one? Yeah, these are some stuff that we worked on recently. Maybe we'll show yours first because I'm going to pull up a different one actually for me. But you could talk about.
So yeah, those were our two first major features that we did freshman year, and then this is some of our more recent work. This one I did for my Animation 1 final, and I tried to kind of apply more proper studio attributes and whatnot that I was learning in that class. So, show a little clip of this.
going to show this one. So this I just shot a couple weeks ago for a 16 millimeter film class. So using actual film. Normally we just use digital cameras, but this is on real film, which I enjoy a lot. And this was an assignment where we're supposed to make the whole thing without any editing. There's no sound. Shoot everything in sequence, which is abnormal. But let's get past the credits. Speed this along. Oh, or maybe I won't. Yeah, or just skip. Nope. No. So University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee has a in-house film lab, which is pretty rare. We might actually be the only school in the United States that has that. So that's really nice for processing 16 millimeter film. You don't have to send it anywhere else. So you can shoot stuff like this and get it back pretty quick. This was shot at like a high frame rate. That's how you get the slow motion. As opposed to the film I made freshman year, which was kind of imitating this style. This is actually shot on 16 millimeter. And then I took some inspiration from Nolan for this next sequence, little stop motion, which I haven't done before, but yeah. So that's what we're up to now. All right, so these are some of the productions we've worked on.
Yeah, so these are like some of the more like proper crew, not like big studio, still independent works, but yeah, some like the proper productions we worked on. So the one on the far left and far right were made by our buddy Andrew. He was another person that we met freshman year. He ended up getting some proper industry connections, so he ended up inviting us onto the sets of each film. I was art department on each of them, and then Sam acted in the one on the far right, and then the middle one.
Yeah, Richie Ramone was in this one from the Ramones. Yeah, this one in the middle, I had a filmmaking class last semester that was like collaborative, and so in big groups of 10, and we got an actual budget, and we made a short film from that. And then, yeah, this In the Company of God, we just shot over winter break, and that's still unreleased. It's going to start going to festivals pretty soon, but these are all less than 10 minutes long. Yeah. All right, so internships, this is, actually how you start getting into the industry. This is our experience. I have a videography internship with a company that does car maintenance videos, so I get paid for that. Nolan has one.
Yeah, I'm doing social media content editing for my internship. Mine's unpaid, but it's just been good. I kind of like getting into the workflow of working in like a professional setting like that. But as far as kind of getting more practice with filmmaking, one of the best things I can recommend is like finding something that you're passionate about and figuring out a way to apply that to the area of filmmaking that you want to focus on. For instance, this is my Lego YouTube channel I've had since middle school. It just started out as a complete hobby, just doing it for fun, making stupid videos with my friends or whatever. As the years have gone on, it's become more and more of an outlet to practice like short form content editing, start making a little bit of revenue off of it, stuff like that. So yeah, one of the best things we can recommend in terms of getting building up your skills to a point where you can start working on professional industry work is practicing with something that you could view as like a hobby or something that you just enjoy doing on its own.
Absolutely. All right, so just a little talk about creativity and productivity in that vein. Creativity is a very important part of life, essential part of life for me at least. Helps fulfill mental, emotional, and spiritual needs, and ignoring the creative drive is a recipe for sadness. So if you can find something that you can funnel that energy into that's productive and not just constantly consuming whatever's on Netflix or whatever, and just doing your own, finding your niche, finding your interests, and focusing on practicing rather than trying to make a great product, that'll be very advantageous for you in whatever you decide to do.
And productivity in this field can be particularly tricky because even if you want to focus on editing, for instance, you might only get paid to edit stuff that you just don't care about at all. So that's kind of like you want to find that good middle ground, kind of like Sam was talking about, where the work you're doing is something you enjoy doing, even if the kind of outlet that you're getting paid to do it or you're getting hired to do it isn't something that necessarily is like striking a core view. As long as you're kind of doing the general work that you enjoy doing, then that's how you'll get like proper fulfillment out of this area.
Awesome. All right, so there's supposed to be question and answer.
There you go.
So we've got a lot of topics here. They don't have to be
Yeah.
related, but this could get some creative juices flowing. Anything you're interested about, filmmaking wise, production wise. Any questions anyone has?
Yes.
The editing part, like how long does it take to make like a minute long? How much video?
Minute long. So yeah, it really depends on the complexity. Like obviously that first one was just all on my desk. I didn't really have to like care about the stuff surrounding it as much. The second one, was on like a proper set. There's more variables going into it. I had more like, layers I was adding and whatnot. So yeah, it does really depend on like the complexity of your visuals. I'd say like the whole animation for the second one probably took me like 4 days to animate, and then a good 4 or 5 days in the editing, because the editing part is kind of like the last step of the process. So that's like really the part, you can theoretically mess up your filming in XYZ way, but you can kind of save it with the edit. So generally it's dependent on the variables of what's leading up to it, but editing, it being kind of like that final frontier on what really makes the film into what it is, does kind of facilitate like you giving it a little extra attention.
And you animated that at 12 frames per second,
Yeah.
right? So for a minute of footage, 12 frames per second, you do the math. Because, I can't do the math, but you can probably figure it out. It's a lot. And you also do a lot of visual effects on your stuff. Like the stuff that was going on in the background, there's a green screen. So if you want to take it to a higher level, those things all come off in editing. But it's manageable. It's like a week basically of time. Something like that. Yes?
What kind of cameras do you guys typically use to shoot?
Yeah, so at school, they have an equipment room where we can check out stuff. So freshman year, we were using Canon T5Is is what they started us off on, I'm pretty sure. Did you use that for Desk Life?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I use that for mine as well. And then as you progress in the department, they open up the sort of equipment you can use. So we also have Blackmagic cameras that we've used, 4Ks and 6Ks, which are very nice. Some people get their own cameras. Nolan has his own that's recording us right now. I'm just using the equipment room ones because my tuition pays for it. But
And I know it does depend on like how much budget they want to put into their film programs, but a lot of schools will have that resource where you can rent equipment from them. I know I have a friend going to IU Indiana for film, and they have like the same equipment room setup that we do, and I know like U of I, I'm pretty sure does as well. So yeah, it's a good resource to take advantage of, because obviously starting out college, you're not exactly going to be able to drop thousands and thousands of dollars on like the highest end equipment. So.
And the phone is pretty good. I've shot stuff on my phone for sure, especially if you're just picking up a segment. I'm pretty sure all your guys' phones would be able to shoot at 4K now and 60 FPS. So if you can just buy a gimbal or something that you can put your phone on that'll keep it stable, that's a good way to start. You don't need a high-end camera, especially if you go to college and study film where they provide them.
Yes,
What are some must-watch movies?
some must-watch
Because
movies.
you guys have that question. Does that
Must-watch
give you
movies.
inspiration? I don't know.
I don't know, it depends what you're interested in. I always recommend if there's a movie that you really like or a genre that you're interested in, focus on that and try to watch other movies that are related to that. If you really like, what's a newer, did anyone see Project Hail Mary that just came out? Anyone? Pretty good, right? So if you really like that movie, you look at other movies by Lord and Miller, right? They did Lego Movie, they did other stuff. If you like the script, The guy that wrote that wrote the Daredevil TV show. It's written by a guy who writes books. Who wrote the Martian book, was turned into a movie. So you can always, follow different threads. But I'm always going to recommend westerns. I mean, that's my forte. Do you have any must-watch?
Yeah, I'm more of an animation guy. It's just what I'm interested in. I think you said it best. If there's a particular genre you want to focus on filmmaking for, then kind of widening your knowledge on that specific genre as much as possible is definitely the way to go in terms of like applying it to the actual filmmaking process. So.
Yes.
What director do you guys take most inspiration from?
Go first.
I'm a big fan of Wes Anderson. He did, Mr. Fox, but I really like his style. Just like the way he blocks scenes and whatnot.
Yeah, I'm a big Western guy, so I like Sergio Leone. He did The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. That's the old school stuff. But for my Haggle films, I was really inspired by Charlie Chaplin and Buster Keaton, who were those old style guys. And that's kind of what you call pure cinema. It's pretty much, there's no dialogue. Obviously, these are silent movies before they could do synchronized sound. And it's all about the image and the music that they played over it. And Charlie Chaplin wrote the scores for his own films. So that really influenced me, that sort of pioneering style of, we don't have all the resources, we don't have it all figured out. So I'm going to act in it, I'm going to direct it, I'm going to do the score. That really influences me. I remember when I was in high school, I liked Tarantino's movies a lot. Right now, Ryan Coogler's making some good stuff. Yeah, I like them all pretty much, a lot of them.
I think that's a good point to make too. When you're starting out as a filmmaker, especially in college, it's good to take a lot of inspiration from older movies because they were in a similar boat as you, where they were, they had access to far less resources as well, so they had to get more creative with filmmaking techniques and stuff. So, looking into stuff like that too, just kind of taking the most advantage of what you have to make your movies with is definitely a really beneficial.
And if you put those limitations on yourself that you're gonna, make something in the style of a silent film, it makes it a lot easier for you to come up with plots and events that happen and all that stuff. Oh yes.
What's really end goal with like pushing your film or like pushing you want to like do making you feel like God's what you really
For me, directing and writing films, that at like a higher level. But the more I'm in it, the more I kind of would just want to do anything, get on sets and stuff, because I do like all the aspects of filmmaking. I really like cinematography, I like editing, and especially at this level where it's all independently done, you're kind of doing everything. So I'm enjoying that, and I'm happy where I am. It kind of starting at the bottom with a film education, but ultimately I do want to be making like studio-sized films, maybe independent films, but that are my own sort of voice in directing and writing them.
Yeah, I think when you're starting out as like a freshman or sophomore, it is good to kind of vary what you're doing on each set, so you can kind of just get some experience trying different aspects of it out. Like I wasn't particularly drawn to editing at first, but the more I did it, the more I kind of gravitated towards it being my favorite part of the process. So yeah, just kind of starting out, it's kind of about just seeing what you gravitate towards the most and enjoying doing the most.
But there's a lot of opportunities. I know people that really enjoy it's called like being a what's it called? Assistant director that do the logistics of like, what time are we filming, who has to show up at this time, all that stuff. There's set decorating stuff that it's pretty much all in there in filmmaking. There's the financial end of it with producing and all that. Yeah. Lots of opportunities. Yes?
What movie do you think has the best acting?
What's that?
What movie do you think has the best acting?
The best acting. Ooh, that's a good question. Best acting. Well, I would think about the best actors. Like Robert De Niro from Taxi Driver. He's really good. I saw. Has anyone seen There Will Be Blood? Has anyone seen that? Yeah. Right. So Daniel Day-Lewis, pretty astounding performance in that movie. That comes to mind. What do you think standout performances?
Yeah, what you said. Tarantino generally gets really good performances out of his actors. And I think a kind of general rule of thumb with that too is that like a big part of good acting does come down to good direction. You'll kind of notice that a lot the more you shoot your own movies. Like to really get the best performance out of an actor, the director has to kind of have a really clear vision of what they want out of them, you know, in order to give good guidance and whatnot.
And every director is a little different. Like Stanley Kubrick, who directed The Shining, he was infamous for doing like an endless number of takes to get the performance that he wanted, whereas someone like Mike Nichols, who did The Graduate, had a very relaxed set where the actors could kind of just play around and do different stuff. So you learn as you direct what you kind of like, what works and what doesn't. But then there are just some performances or some performers where whatever the material they get, they just tear it up.
I'm more
Meryl
concerned
Streep.
that your dad never let you watch movies beyond 1980. I don't know why, Dad, you didn't let him ever watch movies beyond that.
Let me watch some stuff.
He's been teaching me some of the
I
real
bet.
No, I do get it from.
Because I bet they don't even know what The Graduate is.
Yeah, they probably don't. But that's probably a bad
That's so
example.
funny.
Yes.
Timmy wants to know what Ponzi schemes are, but he's too nervous to ask.
A Ponzi scheme. Well, I'm glad the eagle-eyed viewer caught that. That's just like when you make a fake. I don't know. It doesn't have anything to do with the presentation. It was just
Oh,
kind of a
okay.
joke. But we can talk afterwards if you really want to get into it. Yes.
What's your like end goal? What are you looking like to do after college, like with all of this?
Yeah, film directing and writing and acting for me. I'm interested in a lot.
I'd really like to do production designs, you know, like set design, props and stuff like that.
Yes.
What movie do you think has the best plot?
The best plot. Now I'm more so that basically in stories there's the plot and then there's the characters. I'm more of a character guy generally, but if movies that have really good plots, Christopher Nolan makes really good plots, like Inception, Interstellar, Dark Knight. Those are films with very strong plots. For me, not as strong characters, but I would say he knows how to keep the engine of the events going. Alfred Hitchcock also, who did like another old guy, Psycho and stuff like that. He was really good with plots.
Yeah. So you can have like a good story or like plot that you want to tell, but like not as interesting characters. So it's kind of a push and pull of finding which part you want to prioritize. But yeah, I definitely agree.
So what do you think is a good plot?
Coen Brothers very
Yeah.
good at getting the like very good plots out of the movies that surface the characters really well. My answer.
Yeah, probably not old enough to watch those ones yet, but Coen Brothers got some good movies. Yes.
Favorite movie characters?
Characters. Oh boy.
The
Big
Bad.
Lebowski comes to mind. No? Yeah, The Big Lebowski has some good characters. The Dude, Sonny. Yeah.
I've recently been really gravitated towards the Lord of the Rings characters. I just did a rewatch of all the movies and their storyline throughout them really I thought was done very strongly. So definitely one from here.
That's something that comes down to acting a lot as well as the writing. Yeah, character first. Yes, question over here.
When you write like scripts and stuff, do you start at like the very beginning of the and go from there, or just like do you already have in mind what you want your climax or ending to be?
That's a very good question. So when you're writing a script, do you start at the beginning or do you start with the end in mind, or where do you start?
Yeah.
So for me, I usually have some idea that I've been kicking around in mind that came from some experience that I had, or some feeling that I had, and then I construct in my mind a story out of that before I even put pen to paper. And I usually have some idea of how it's going to go and what the ending is going to be. And then I start at the beginning and I start writing that, and then I usually get frustrated, and then I'll think of some dialogue between two of the characters, and then I'll write that. And as I'm writing that, that kind of gets the engine turning of like, what is the voice of these characters? We had a question about characters that comes a lot from writing and just finding the voice. Because it's, if you ever sit down and start writing it, it's kind of sounds like it's all coming from you, which is not what you want. You want it to sound like different people. So I usually have a beginning, and then I write some stuff in the middle, whatever comes to mind, and then kind of flesh it out from there. And by the time you get to the end, it's usually pretty different than what you had in mind. But yeah, that's a really good question.
Yeah, I think another thing with that is a very important part of script writing is organization. I often have too many ideas in different directions to push and pull the plot, different scenes for the characters and whatnot. So a good kind of starting point can be doing an outline, so you do kind of know the general flow of what the story is going to be, and so the characterization and whatnot does feel consistent from the start to the end. And then when you're kind of filling in the gaps then with the actual script, that's how you can kind of see what ideas like truly fit the story you're trying to tell, and service the characters and whatnot.
Is anyone interested in screenwriting at all? Yeah. So one thing my buddy showed me the other day is I was sitting down with him to write a script, and he told me just think of characters in a place, and then I just wrote those. We just wrote them down, figured out the location and characters as an outline for a story, and then we just scene by scene kind of wrote those, and then that fills out the whole thing in an interesting way because I would never think to do it, but there's little tricks that you can do to get that flowing. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes. Book to film adaptation. Ooh. Well, obviously, The Godfather is a classic. This isn't a film, but miniseries. The Lonesome Dove miniseries is excellent. I love that book too. One of my hot takes is I think you should actually watch the movie before you read the book in most cases, because then you can kind of get a sense for the story before you dive in. But it's a very common thing to do a book to film adaptation because the story is already set up for you. There's some directors that only do that, so it's very common for that reason. Usually pretty high quality.
I like a lot of Stephen King adaptations.
Yeah.
Shining is a great example. And like you said, if you're really interested in seeing, you can have something like story-wise that can work in a book, but doesn't necessarily translate into a movie just because they're two entirely different mediums. Needing to show everything on screen can definitely affect the way that you tell the story. It can inevitably lead to certain things needing to be cut or kind of de-emphasized. So.
Yeah, and that's The Shining by the book by Stephen King, the movie by Stanley Kubrick is very different, the movie to the book. And that's something Kubrick does really well is changing the book enough so that there's like a conversation between the book and the movie, if you've read both or seen both. So that's something I enjoy. Any other questions? Yes? The worst movie, least favorite. I saw The Bye Bye Man once. That was really bad. Unfriended. There's a lot of horror movies that are kind of rough. But, we put on bad movies sometimes.
Yeah, because it can, in a lot of ways, bad movies are more kind of like educational to watch when you're trying to be a filmmaker.
Yeah.
Because it gives you a grounds of what not to do. Right? So I think like a great example for me, I was going to Rise of Skywalker. Like just looking at the creative decisions made in that movie and kind of coming up with your own ways it could have been done in a more effective way. It's definitely kind of a healthy thing to do as a filmmaker. And not only understanding what works, but also what doesn't.
There's a lot of stinkers out there, but once you start making movies, you realize it is actually really hard to make something good. So you get a little bit of empathy, but you can tell when people aren't trying as hard as they should be, which is usually what makes a bad movie. Yes?
What do you guys think of Napoleon Dynamite?
I think that's a fantastic film. Very entertaining, very good characters, very well written. That's kind of shot like a Wes Anderson movie, very flat. What's your favorite scene?
Oh, I never watched it. She wanted to know, but she thought she asked too many questions already.
That's okay. There's no cap to questions. Just what's your favorite scene?
It's not my question. You just told me.
You told me to ask it.
I actually do like it. Yeah,
I've never watched
This
it.
is a very Napoleon
Except for my
Dynamite
favorite
situation.
thing.
Anyways, yeah.
It's gotta be throwing the steak.
Throwing the what?
Rico.
Yeah. There's a lot, yeah. The Tina with the leftovers, there's a lot of things. So. But has a heart too. Yes. Could you speak up?
Hey guys, can you please
Yeah,
hold
a
it
lot of
down?
side chatter. Can you guys just?
Yeah, we need to stop.
The Man, I'm not as much a fan of The Man as I am of the films. And I'm increasingly not that much of a fan of the films. But what he really, I don't know, he came about at an interesting time. He worked in a video store, so he was of the generation that had seen a lot of movies just constantly on TV, you know, in the video stores, all that stuff. So he has a pretty encyclopedic knowledge of cinema. And I think he's kind of just like a cultural sponge, and he kind of takes everything and puts that into his movies. But looking back on them now, especially some of the earlier ones, there's some cultural, you know, stuff and racial stuff that's a little, doesn't age as well, I don't think. And I think you can, if you're able to view things critically, then that's helpful. But he definitely inspired me a lot because he is very explosive director and very exciting, but should be viewed in context.
Definitely a pretty iffy person, but yeah, like you said, his films are very good if you're viewing films from a critical lens, like actually now, like analyzing his craft. He is very good at what he does.
Any other questions? Yes.
As a film student, do you learn everything, like directing, editing, everything, and then you narrow it down to what you want to focus on?
Yeah, generally they teach all the basics. So like when we started out, everyone was kind of had their own project, and then you get other people from your classes or your friends to help you make it. So in doing that, you learn how to write a script or something that approximates the script, the concept. Then you might have to act in it, you're going to be directing it, you're going to be editing it, and all that stuff. So you kind of learn all the trades, and then after about sophomore year, there started to be, more specialized classes about directing, cinematography, all that stuff. Hopefully by that point you figured out what you kind of like more, and then you can funnel into that. Yeah.
Like a big part of being a film major, like compared to other majors, is about making connections, since everyone is kind of being taught like the wide array of all the different aspects of filmmaking and whatnot. It can be really like helpful just having as many connections, as many different people as you can get to help you on your shoots as possible. You know, if you need someone on, just you don't have someone for sound, you know, having someone you can just get to help you with that, or you know, just needing extras, having access to people you can get to act for you. So yeah, just kind of building out your network is definitely particularly important for this major.
True. Yes.
Can you, poor friends. Can you, like with that, can you explain that collaborative class? Because that seemed like a real fascinating experience for, you know.
It was fascinating. Yeah, so I was in a class last semester where I made this human error film. That was 2 groups of 10 people, and we had a whole semester to make one short film, less than 10 minutes. And it was unique for me because, as I said earlier, you're up until that point you have your own idea and you're kind of on your own, and then you get other people to help you. This was more what an actual movie is like, where there's already a big group of people at the start, and then you work together to find out what's the story, you know, what's the logistics that we need for pre-production, what location are we going to use, and then that's all the pre-production stuff, and then production is actually shooting it, going there, you know, getting the actors that we've hired for this, and then post-production is the editing. So I learned more from that than any other class that I had. Just the ebbs and flows, the highs and lows of making a film. You know, my role was the screenwriter in pre-production, so I took the idea that people had shown enthusiasm for, turned it into a script, and then I was doing camera stuff on production, and then in post-production, there was a lot of editing that had to be done and reshooting, and that was scary, but we got it done in time and made a film that I'm pretty proud of. If you can have the opportunity to work with as many other people as you can making film, or probably making anything, you learn a lot from that. A lot of interpersonal organizational skills and creative skills. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of gets you into the flow of just kind of being a cog in the machine. Having everybody being in charge of their own aspect of the film and being able to work collaboratively, like Nate suggested, making sure everybody's kind of pulling their weight and just kind of seeing what it's like to have every aspect be given like proper attention by someone and how that all adds up into like the end product.
Yeah. Question over here? Yes.
Yeah, where can you watch this?
So Nolan has a YouTube channel
Yeah.
that was shown here. Was it back? Forward? I think it was forward. But they're on YouTube. I guess probably you should have put it in a slide. But we have, most people post their stuff on a YouTube channel or on Vimeo. With these ones, it's weird because when you start putting films in festivals, you can't just like have them on YouTube because they're supposed to be playing in festivals and stuff. But
You get like a weird like temporary copyright on it. So
Someone wouldn't be able to watch these now? Like,
you could watch. I don't know.
The left two are available, or still the one on the right.
Well, I don't know if you can watch where you can watch
Is it not public yet?
I don't know. This one, I have a link to it if anyone's interested. Hang around and I'll give it to you. But it's not like just up on YouTube, which is unfortunate. But the other stuff that we've made and we have posted, I guess I can give out that information if you want to. So. Questions? Yes.
Do you think like the newer Marvel movies are better or the older ones?
In general, the older ones, I would say, for sure. I don't know, did you have a newer one in mind or an older one in mind?
Just like kind of after Ages of Ultron.
Yeah, I think the newer ones were pretty good. I like superhero movies. I have always liked them. I haven't watched many recently because of the seeming dip in quality, but I think they're legitimate filmmaking. And people that say, it's all remakes and reboots nowadays in superhero movies. We've been doing that for like 3,000 years. It's the same as mythology. It's just that it's how it's always been done. So get used to it.
Yeah, funny. I think the newer ones are a great kind of like the prime case study of like the business side of film taking a higher priority over the artistic side, because when you're breaking out into the industry, you're going to kind of realize that like the business side of film is something you have to be aware of. Like you're not going to get to make the film if the studio doesn't think it's going to sell. But when that becomes the primary motive behind making a movie, it's going to lead to a more lackluster result. So.
Yeah, the Disney machine, especially the Disney Plus era, where they were trying to just get as much content as they could on their services to boost subscriptions, led to a really noticeable dip in quality. So that is unfortunate, but a reality of studio filmmaking. Yeah, good question. Someone? Yeah. Favorite soundtrack? I love westerns, so The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly is up there. I love the trumpets and whistles and drums and all that stuff.
I'm a big fan of Daniel Pemberton. He's done like Spider-Verse. He just did Project Hail Mary, and so basically it's Interstellar. It's probably my favorite soundtrack.
Yeah, Hans Zimmer's
Great
really
work
good.
there.
Yeah, listen to soundtracks if you're interested in film. Cinema is like 80% sound, including sound design and soundtracks. That's really the emotional undercurrent of the whole thing. So study those things, listen to those things if you're interested in filmmaking. I've made some soundtracks and stuff. It's fun. It's creative. It's different than normal music making. Definitely a cool avenue to explore if you have a musical disposition.
Yes.
Have you ever shot in one take, like without cuts?
That's
Not a whole project.
16 millimeter was like it was like minimal cuts, right?
Well, the 16 millimeter one, there were cuts and stuff. It was longer takes because normally when you're shooting a film, you'll shoot a scene 3 or 4 times, and then in the edit you pick the one that you like the most and then use that. On that one, I just had one go of it. But long takes are very difficult to orchestrate. Yeah, for sure.
Requires a lot of planning.
A lot of planning. The actors, everyone has to be on point. The the actors. You can't have a sound guy who's holding a boom mic show up in it. So those are really complicated, but really impressive when well done. Eventually I want to do that, but yeah, that's on the bucket list for sure. Good question.
Liam, you got a question?
Yeah.
Which movie has the best cast?
Which movie has the best cast?
Yeah.
Did anyone see Marty Supreme that just came out last? Yeah, that had a good cast. The casting in that, they picked actors that the audience going into the film has certain, feelings about them. Like Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank was in that movie. He's a big personality. People know that he's, sleazy, cutthroat businessman kind of thing from Shark Tank. So they use that, to influence how you're going to see his character in the movie. So that's an example of really good casting. But it happens a lot. I mean, casting directors, for the first time, they have their own Oscar category this year. One Battle After Another won. Another film with a really good cast. But yeah, finding the right roles for the right people is a little above where we are right now because we can't pay people that much to be in our movies, but cast is very important.
I would say like Wes Anderson films generally have pretty good casts, and from like behind the scenes stuff I've seen and whatnot, it's generally because he's a pretty well-renowned like guy in the industry. There's like a lot of people just enjoy working with him. So when like morale is kind of boosted on set, that can lead to the actors giving better performance as opposed to like a more troubled production.
And because people like Wes Anderson that much, he gets crazy, A-list casts, and he doesn't pay them very much. I think he pays everyone the same amount, but everyone wants to work with Wes Anderson because he has a very distinct style and a very good set atmosphere, so that helps him out a lot. That reputation, for sure. Yes?
What advice do you have for students who have short films due next week?
Short films due next week? Pray, I would say. It ain't over till it's over. I mean, for this Human Error film, we were editing like 24 hours constantly before it was due. So there's always, especially if you're in the edit, sound design is like the most important thing that gets overlooked the most. So just adding sound effects, adding room tone, it's pretty technical, but just doing everything you can to salvage what you have. Because the first time you shoot, you get all your footage and you look at it and you put it together, the first thing you think is, this was a complete waste of time and energy, both for myself and everyone involved, and I'm embarrassed at what I've done. And then you have to say, okay, but I'm gonna do my best to edit this, and a month later, a week later, whatever it is, you look at what you have and you say, this isn't that bad. And it takes, like anything else, it takes time and attention, and it can always be better. It can always be better.
I'm not saying that some people in this room might relate to this, but we have absolutely had films that we started editing the night before they were due.
Oh.
And in certain instances, the interesting thing with that is putting that kind of creative time limit on yourself can lead to the product being slightly better in a few areas, just because you don't have time to overthink your decisions. You have to get that first cut done, and then however much you're able to kind of change it creatively from there is just what the film turns out. So they say art through adversity, and that can definitely be applicable to this in terms of apply a time limit to film.
Totally. Art loves adversity. Anything else? Questions? Yes.
What kind of software do you use for editing films?
Question.
You use Premiere, right?
Yeah, the Adobe, all the Adobe stuff, Premiere, After Effects. What's good about that is that they're just easy to kind of use in conjunction with each other. You can, if you need to edit audio on its own, you can move it over to Audition and then very seamlessly slide it back into Premiere. Same with After Effects. It just has good cross compatibility between all its different software compared to other things out there. But I know DaVinci Resolve, even just Canva or some of the cuts of iMovie can get the job done depending on what you have to do for the film in question.
Yeah, Premiere costs money. It's part of the Adobe suite. It's not cheap, but DaVinci is free, and there are things that DaVinci does better than Premiere for being free. It has better color processing, so there are free options always. The software you're using rarely are you going to like run up against the limitations of your software, unless you're using like iMovie or something. But DaVinci should be able to work. There are always free options for stuff that are worth exploring. Yeah, for sure. Anything else?
Are you able to just run your trailer for the new one?
Oh,
Even off of Instagram, the trailer. You got it.
It'll take us a second.
yeah, I can play the trailer for that. Yeah. Yeah, so this will be the one that we shot over winter break. Our friend that directed it lives down in by Kansas City in Missouri. So we edited with him over the phone, and he gave us cuts and we gave him feedback. So that was a little unconventional, but very happy with how it's turned out. And he's submitting it to festivals now. I think that was a situation where he funded the film himself, but then he got producers to put it in festivals, because it costs money to submit to those things. It can be like thousands of dollars.
It just comes down again. It's just the thing that comes down to the connections. Who you know, he just had some people he had worked with on a previous shoot who are interested in giving him some money to send this over to festivals and try to get some more eyes on it. So, pulling it up on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm trying to find this thing. He has so many behind the scenes contents. Here we go.
It's most recent.
No, it's not the most recent. The other ones were. All right. It's going to be in a small Instagram window.
You recognize me or something?
Shut the door, keep the devil in the night. Shut the
What did you say?
Keep out
Now,
the devil. Light
see that bum around here again?
everything's
Shoot.
alright. Light the candle,
Make sure you fix that leak, too.
everything's alright. Oh, when I was a baby child. Shut the door, keep out the devil. Good and bad was just
I will not stand for this abuse, man.
I got you guys. You're son of a bitch.
We got Honey bundles, starter sets, and we got cherry. Bunch of cherry.
Put the money down!
I'm not alone and was born again. Shut the door, keep the devil in the night. Shut the door, keep out the devil. Shut the door, keep the devil in the night.
I got you abused, you son of a bitch.
Very excited about that one. He had a great script, and we went down there for a week and just shot a little week. It was a ton of fun. Very excited.
And that's gonna be how, like, duration to finish?
I think it's 10 minutes before credits. Yeah. So you can pack a lot into it in 10 minutes. If you cut fast and you keep it based on story and conflict and verbs, things happening, you can make some pretty action-packed stuff.
Also, I think something we learned shooting that is the importance of having like alternate perspectives. Like if you just kind of put it upon yourself to make every single creative decision for one of your movies, then you might end up like missing something or kind of like viewing it in like a biased lens or whatnot. So make sure you have like other people on set who can just kind of act as like a second opinion and like allow you to kind of second guess your decisions and make sure it's like benefiting the film as much as possible. Is that a very beneficial thing when you're starting out as a filmmaker?
Yeah, diversity in ideas and roles is very helpful. Anything else?
Good place to start.
We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, everybody. Great audience, great questions, kept going. Have a great night. We've got one more day of Spark, please. Please come on out. Take care. Thanks for coming out. Thank you, guys.